Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. And now we shall begin. Right, welcome everyone to the e-commerce training in hospitality and tourism industry for TVET teachers in Southeast Asia. We start with some pre-words or opening speeches from our people that make all this webinar possible. Right, so we start with, okay, hold on, sorry about that. Right, we start with Seamolek Director, Mr. R. Alpha Amir Rahman, MPhil, PhD. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable GIS ISET Principal Advisor and the Honorable Director of Industrial Partnership of Alignment, Directorate General of Vocational Education, Minister of Education, Republic of Indonesia, and all the beloved participants of this e-commerce training in hospitality and tourism industry for TVET teachers in Southeast Asia. Good morning, everyone. We are in Seamolek very glad to have this training. This training is jointly organized by the GIZ through the Innovation and Investment for Inclusive Sustainable Economic Development Project, and also Directorate General of Vocational Education, Minister of Education, Republic of Indonesia. As we know that digitalization and digital technology have reshaped the way of running business, especially in the tourism industry, and new approaches and strategies are put into play to maintain and increase the competitiveness of hotel business. The element of human resources becomes remarkably important as the main element to drive the digitalization of different aspects. And currently, approximately 70% of hotel revenue comes from businesses that rely on online marketing rather than offline. So the objective of this training, ladies and gentlemen, is to increase the e-commerce literacy of teachers at tourism TVET schools from the perspective of hotel industry practitioners, and the course is designed to be practice-oriented, not merely theory-oriented, but practice-oriented, and foster the utilization of e-commerce tools and digital data aiming to generate hotel revenue. So in this digital tourism era, the skill is crucial to support hotels management in data-driven decision-making. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we have about 300 participants joining this training, 100 teachers from Indonesia and 200 teachers from Southeast Asia, from other Southeast Asian countries. So we are in Seamolek very glad to have this training, and then we hope that everyone can really benefit from this training and then put into practice into the education sector in your respective countries. Again, I would like to congratulate every one of you for this training and all the best. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Amir Rahman. Now we continue with GIZ ESET Principal Advisor, Mr. Dadang Kurnia, Dr. Dadang Kurnia. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Pak Johannes. Honorable Pak Alpha, the Director of Seamolek, Honorable Ahmad Saufi, hopefully he is joining in this session, from the Partnership and Alignment Directorate of Vocational Education of the Ministry for Education. Distinguished teachers and educators from the Southeast Asian countries, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to you all. We from the Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development Project, shortly we call ISED, a bilateral cooperation program from of the German federal government, which is implemented by GIZ and the National Development Planning Agency, Bappenas. Allow me to welcome you all to this training batch on e-commerce in the hospitality industry, especially in the hotel business. ISED, as a project that focuses on promoting employment in the tourism sector, it is a good opportunity for us to collaborate with the Indonesian Ministry of Education and Siamolek to facilitate this nice online training. As we all know, e-commerce, especially in the hotel industry, is a very important aspect for the continuity of hotel business. Yeah. The wave of digitalization in this business seems to be something that should get serious attention, especially from TVET sector. The development of e-commerce that has emerged along with the development of internet technology has transformed conventional approaches of doing hotel business into a modern, fast-paced methods where physical interaction between customers and hotel service providers have been minimalized or perhaps no longer needed. Yeah. Such a transformation certainly requires special attention of TVET players and TVET institutes, which are the backbone of to provide skilled labor and that can meet the requirement from the industry. Therefore, the integration of this learning content on e-commerce in the daily teaching and learning processes at schools, and also the integration of this content into the curriculum should be prioritized, yeah? So that the school, the TVET school, can cope with the fast changing nature of digital technology. TVET graduates should be able to cope with challenges and requirements of their future jobs in e-commerce. And this online training is a part of our efforts to stimulate the development of your understanding and knowledge about the development of e-commerce in the hotel industry. And it is very important for you, as you are working in the forefront, to disseminate the knowledge and safeguard the learning quality of your students. So we hope that this event can be part of your learning journey, and that it could inspire and stimulate further improvement of your e-commerce knowledge and skills. We wish you a fruitful learning and exchange with the trainers and among the participants on this particular topic, yeah, especially from the perspective of industry practitioners, as we are having a trainer with the background of industry experience. Thank you very much, and wish you a good days. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurnia. Sorry about that. Now let's begin with the new agenda. We start with the photo session. So turn on your cameras, everybody, and put on your biggest smile. We'll be taking pictures. Right, so I'm gonna count till 3, like around 6 times. And so you'll just try to keep your smile, teeth, mouth wide open for the next minute or so, right? Hold on. Let me check with the beautiful Ibu Rindri first. Is she ready? She is ready. Now off we go then. Oops, sorry. I haven't turned on my own video. My bad. Right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. How many steps? 5. 1, 2, 3. And maybe the last one. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurnia, Mr. Amir Rahman, for sparing your time to greet us. We now going to proceed with our next agenda. Hold on. I'm going to share my screen. Please hold for a while. Right, we start slow with training rules. Oops, yeah. Be on time, no handphone, put it on off or vibrate. Keep an open mind, keep a positive discussion, and right, so no phone during the webinar. Positive discussion, complete the attendance for all 3 days. I will share the attendance link later after this, I think. Just fill it there, right? Okay. And participants are obligated to finish all the tasks. There are going to be 3 tasks. Sorry, I mean 5. The initial understanding, we already shared the link. And then you're going to have a pre-session online test after this. A post-session online test once we're done on the last day, and then final assignment on the last day, and the feedback survey on the last day. And these are your trusted trainers, Mr. Agung Diantara and me, Johannes Retanugut. Wonderful. Now, let's talk a bit about the training background. Why we want to talk about e-commerce in hospitality. Oops, my bad. Right. So we want to give a better vision in digital era. Everything is digital nowadays. So we have to keep in touch, keep up to date, keep in pace with the era. You're here from school, so it's very important. It's very crucial for you to keep in touch, keep up to date with what's going on in the industry, right? So that's what we're trying to do. Try to give a better vision in digital era, and we want to give a vast and fast opportunity. We want to raise brand awareness and increase sales. Market behavior is changing. Market strategies are changing due to market behavior is changing. And I cannot see the last one. How do I? Oops, my bad. Okay. As for the human resources, business model are changing, but the staff's habit are not. This could pose a problem. Also, there's a huge lack of e-commerce specialists and an increasing e-commerce specialist demand. So the demand is increasing, but the supply are not. So that's why we need your help to prepare a ready-to-use, quote unquote, workforce that can help us in the industry in managing e-commerce. Simple, right? Right. So moving on, we're gonna start with pre-session online tests. I will share the link in the chat, both Zoom chat, and will you share PP? No, I will not share PP. No, I'm sorry. That's a internet language for. There's a bad connotation for PP on the internet, so I will not share PP later. Yes, we're gonna share the PowerPoint later. How can I get the background? Oh, maybe someone else can help Miss or Mr. here. Right, so moving on. Online pretest. Links coming up. Just check out on your chat. I'm very sorry, my laptop is kind of slow, so it's kind of hard to do anything with when it's this slow. Oh, 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 there you go. Pre-session online test. Online tests. There you go. You have 20 minutes to finish it. We're gonna continue for 20 minutes from now, of course. Right, have fun, do your best, don't worry about it. It's just a pretest. If you cannot get all the answers correct, you're supposed to not answer all the questions correctly. Right, okay, talk to you later, bye. Okay, so everybody's sorry. Okay, if if you have any questions, just write them down in the chat, and we will answer them later. Okay. And before we begin, I would like to apologize beforehand if we cannot pronounce your name correctly. We're very sorry. It's not that we mean it. It's just that we may mispronounce your name, and also we may miss your either you're a Mr. or Miss. So yeah. Okay. So back to Mr. Agung Biantara. He'll be our main trainer for the entire webinar. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear my voice? Can you hear my voice or are you? Okay, okay. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my name is Agung Biantara. So I will conduct the training for the 3 days. So let me introduce myself. My name is Agung and just call me Agung. I have about 32 years hotel experience starting from 1988, starting from the reservation department. Then for the revenue management experience, starting from the Four Seasons Resort Bali, then move to Ritz-Carlton Bali, and also several hotel in Bali. Then move to Jakarta. After Jakarta, move to Bangkok, in Dusit Thani, Bangkok. Then move to Maldives. Then move to Malaysia and back to Bali. After Bali, back again to Maldives and Sri Lanka, and now back again to Bali. And then if I look back in 1988, when I first joined Melia Bali Sol Hotel as a reservation staff, so this is quite very different. So meaning that the technology innovation is growing very, very fast. And in that time, in 1988, the reservation department, including the operational front office, is very, very manual. Like in reservation, we have to use the manual typewriter, if you know the typewriter. And then when there's a booking, we have to type about 5 pages of the form. So not like now, we just only smooth press, but in that time we have to really hard press. So that's the difference between past era and now the digital era. And I'm sure that's all of you already finished the test. No worries with your answer, because this is just to measure how understanding are you for the e-commerce training. Okay. So first of all, I need you to prepare the one piece of paper. Just follow my instruction. Okay. Yeah. Can you break those paper into 2 pieces? Then break the corner of the paper. Okay. So my result is like this. And I'm sure that your result will be different with this one. So meaning that everybody here have different knowledge of e-commerce. So some of you may already expert in e-commerce. Just be patient, just follow the training. And then some of you may be beginner or just start for the e-commerce training. Okay. All right. So before we start the training, so did you know that 60 until 70% business in the hotel made through e-commerce nowadays? So this is different with the 1988 when I started as a reservation. And online travel agent like Booking.com, Agoda, etc. made 45% of booking through mobile, and it's always growing and growing because the online travel agent is always up to date. And nowadays, hotel have no choice to train e-commerce specialists because there's limited manpower of the hotel. So the hotel itself, like my hotel, for example, I just trained one of my reservation staff to become e-commerce specialist because it's quite difficult, quite hard, quite tough to get e-commerce specialists outside. And remuneration and career path of e-commerce specialists in the hotel, especially, or in the hospitality industry, are very, very promising. Because like salary, for example, it's almost 20% higher than in the same level, like e-commerce executive compared to sales executive. The salary will be about 20% higher than sales executive. Thus, there are a lot of opportunities for tourism school and creators like ladies and gentlemen here to shine in the near future. So ladies and gentlemen here can deliver the knowledge to the student who will be filled in the hospitality industry. Okay. As you know, that's the user of or the customer experience journey before 2000 and nowadays is changing, starting from the dream. So this is the job of marketing and to find out what we don't have, to create the dream, and the sales to offer the dream. And to distribute the dream is from the e-commerce. Then customers start to book through reservation or through booking engines. And in operational, this is quite challenging, and the most important thing is to the operational is to make sure that all comfort of our guests are met. This is to make the guest feedback and the image of the hotel will be positive. We try to make the guests to feel the positive feedback for the hotel. Okay, so welcome to e-commerce training in hospitality and tourism industry for TVET teachers in Southeast Asia. Okay, so this training will be divided into 3 days. In 3 days, first days will be an introduction to e-commerce, followed by e-commerce role in the hospitality industry. Then the basic of revenue management. The second day is continuing the basic of revenue management, followed by digital marketing, the basic. Then the last day is digital marketing, continuing for the second days. Then why revenue management and digital marketing should align, and followed by the post test or final test. Okay, now let's start with the e-commerce definition, type, features, benefit, and the trend. So the objective of this session is that ladies and gentlemen here should know the definition, type, feature, and benefit and trend of e-commerce in general, and be able to explain to your student. And also, you all understand why e-commerce is so important to the business nowadays, especially for the hospitality industry and also for the hotels. Okay, if we talk about e-commerce or commerce, we'll talk about buyer and sellers when they are meet, when they are at the transaction. So, e-commerce meaning is electronic commerce. That's online transaction between buyer and seller. So this is the explanation of e-commerce in general. That will be consist of exchange of digitized information from seller to buyer or information from buyer to seller. Technology enable transactions. Technology mediate relationships between the buyer and also the seller, between the customer and the supplier. And intra or inter-organizational activities. Okay. What does it mean? So this is the definition of the e-commerce, that technology enable transaction and technology also mediate exchange of digitized information between parties, both individual or organization, as well as the electronically based intra-organizational or inter-organizational activities that facilitate such exchange. So this is the definition of e-commerce. That's common definition of the e-commerce. Okay. What's about the definition of e-commerce in the different era, before 2000 and nowadays? Starting from 1995, the e-commerce found until 2000 that we'll call innovation. Because of innovation needs technology. So now in this era, the technology is as the driven. And then we focus on revenue growth. We doesn't care with the cost. We only focus on the revenue. And venture capital financing entrepreneurial. And mediation is still very lax in that time. So we call this intermediation. Okay. And then after innovation, there is consolidation between innovation and also traditional. So because technology is already there, so now we focus on earning profit. So we talk about the cost. And then not the technology is the main driven, but now the main driven is business in consolidation from 2001 until 2006. However, the financing is still traditional or old economy. In terms of mediation, it's already start to strengthen in 2006. Okay. And the last, from 2006 until now or in the future, that we call reinvention. If reinvention meaning we refined it. Yeah. So the focus now in this era is social media, audience, database. That is our focus nowadays. And the audience and customer community as the main driven. We already have technology, we already have business. So now the focus is the network growth or database or social media. Because the audience or customer community is the main driven for this era to do the business. Hence, we merge and also acquisition. And then website also is very important nowadays. Content and also information, etc. And media risk is now already getting better than when innovation era or consolidation era happened. Okay, so this is the definition of the e-commerce in different era, or what we call is like e-commerce evolution. Okay, what is e-commerce in hospitality industry? If we talk about e-commerce in hospitality industry, we always talk about the online travel agent like Agoda, Expedia, Allbit, or Booking.com, etc., hotel.com. And we talk about the guest review like TripAdvisor, or we talk about search engines like Trivago or Hotel Combine, or we talk about GDS or Global Distribution System like Amadeus, Sabre, Galileo, or WorldSpan. So what does it mean? It means online transaction, like I said, the transactions in the hotel from booking is always made through online. Why online business? So because of the website, so we can give information, all the information very wide. And virtual and electronic marketplace, and also trade and service relationship. So what that is mean? That's e-commerce is commercial transaction conduct electronically on internet. And there is a wide range of online business activities such as online marketing, social media, or hotel online booking, etc. E-commerce in the travel industry brings a similar idea. It is focused on virtual and electronic marketplace to connect with online sales. And the trade and service relationship between the hotel and the guests is mainly based on sales via the hotel website or the partner from the online travel agent. So why is e-commerce in hospitality industry is very important? Because there's the business era is all is talk about the digital. The technologies keep growing, keep improving, and keep changing in a positive way. Market behavior also changing because of change of the technology, change of business model. So makes the market behavior also changing, and marketing strategy followed by marketing strategies also changing from the manual, traditional into the digital. Okay, this is why that e-commerce is very important in the hospitality industry, because the information is worldwide through online, and the cost of this booking on transaction is the lowest cost of the marketing, etc. And customer research through internet. So the customer now research through the travel agent or through the friend, more to more, but customer rather research through the internet. And social media and hotel review are strategy driven. So like I said, that in this era, social media is the main driven. And the web is the preferred media source. So this is the web is very important as well in this era to give the all the information problem. Okay, theoretically, for the e-commerce business models, it's like you can see on the screen. There is G2G, G2B, G2C, B2, B2G. So basically there is three components, which is government, business, and customer. But in the hospitality industry, the e-commerce model is B2B, business to business. It is like online travel agent, so between the hotel and Booking.com or Expedia or Agoda, that's we call B2B. That's business selling product into the business. So company sell product to other company. And business to customer. So this is from our website. So we sell directly our product into the direct customer. Okay. And customer to business. So the customer, individual, sell the serve or the needs of to the company. And customer to customer, this customer sells product or service to other customer or to other individual. It's like in Indonesia, it's like in OLX, Bukalapak, etc. And the last is business to government. That company provides service or goods to the government. Okay, the feature of e-commerce is ubiquity. That can be our information or hotel information can be available everywhere around the world. And global connect. So e-commerce goes beyond traditional culture and national boundaries. And this is allow the company to access customer across the globe. And also interactive, that the communication between the company and the consumer. So that's will be interactive, two-way communication for both. Information density, that e-commerce comprises a wide source information and also the personalized or customization. Social networking is the most important nowadays for the business in this current era because e-commerce players have partnered with social media networking to allow users to share content or picture or information to the company's e-marketing system. So something or everything else will be advantage and also disadvantage. What is advantage to have the e-commerce nowadays? Because the e-commerce can serve or browsing and selling in 24 hours, 7 days. So no limit of the time. So no need for setting up a physical outlet because this is online. No geographical limitation. So the cost of this business is quite low wide range of products and services. And in terms of operational, will be low and help the customers compare different products. Very easy, very fast, and without the time limit. However, that will be disadvantage of the e-commerce. Lack of stability and scope of offering customer service while purchasing is low. It's like when, because we cannot see the physical of the thing, for example, like this glass, we cannot see. And sometimes what we expect is different than what we buy online. And it's come in a different thing. And in terms of loyalty from the customer is quite low because customer can select, can search elsewhere. That's for the company with a very high competition. And then also the e-commerce is very depend on the technology. Thus, the customer data can be a little bit risk of the theft and high dependent on the technology, like I said, and also the cost is quite sensitive for this e-commerce business nowadays. So that's all this disadvantage of e-commerce. Okay, before we continue to other topics, any question so far? Okay, I think that's one question now. Okay, let's talk about e-commerce impact on hospitality industry. Okay, the objective of this topic is, ladies and gentlemen, we expect to know that some key trend in the world of technology to the world of referrals, and then how e-commerce can change the landscape of people doing business, and the trending in APEC and how technology plays a crucial role in the current business era. So these are the objective of this topic. That's e-commerce impact on hospitality industry. So e-commerce, like I said, e-commerce talking about the technology. So now the power of the technology nowadays, that revolutionary. E-commerce has brought revolutionary change in tourism and hospitality industry. And second is natural partner of internet. That tourism as one of the biggest industry is a natural partner internet. It is a major component for most economies and economic and community-based, steadily increasing popularity. Thus, the trade opportunities reservation, ticket or transport, all information about any place nearby are provided through hotel. So hotel will provide those with information for their customer, for their guests. And also create faster transaction. This is to evaluate, empower the participating communities, make information interchangeable through organized and flexible web service. So to creating the transaction to be faster. And vision. If we talk about vision, we talk about the goal. So it can build up the goal or vision and motivate people to venture into far off destination and popularize property like hotel or inns or other property like apartment, including the apartment. So that is all means that impact on hospitality industry. The brochure now already changed into the website content or the brochure. So that's why the content in the hotel website is very important to the guest or to the customer to see all the information that we have in the hotel. Yellow page exchange become meta search. Reservation into booking engine. And magazine or post-its become search engine marketing or even online magazine. So if we talk about the audience, if we talk about the social media, we will talk about the database. Nowadays, database is the most important as well in the hospitality industry to promote our property, to sell our property in the right target. Okay. Where we get the database, we can get the database from the traffic source or traffic report, or also from our property management system. It's like from the Fidelio, VHP, or Opera, etc. to the hotel from the hotel database. And also we can buy the database from the third party. For example, if you would like to promote something in different country, for example in Africa, for example, we can buy the database from the Africa database to promote our property. Okay. And also geotraffic we can get from our website, and also viewer behavior. Okay, this is the impact of the hospitality industry. You see from 2015, if you see on the screen, is always growing until 2019. Actually, there's a forecast that 2020 until 2021 can be growing if there is no COVID issue. As well as the online travel agent is also growing significantly from year to year until 2019. and 60% transaction of the travelers made via mobile device. So if you see on the screen that 40% is through the desktop, 27% from the application, and through mobile is 33%. And the share of booking by device is 35% made through mobile web, and still 65% made through desktop. Then this will be increased in terms of mobile web. Okay, any questions so far for the e-commerce impact on hospitality industry or the past topic? Just chat on the Zoom.
Right. So we have one question. Does it legal to buy third-party database concerning people's privacy nowadays?
Actually, it's not legal, but there's legal that someone sell their database. Like when I was in one of the hotel, that we buy the legal database. But it's not legal to stealing database. I mean, we buy the database from stealing database from other company. Actually, that's other company we call the database company.
How to build back better tourism? Sorry, how to build back better tourism sector, especially for rural area after many local government restriction and less of internet signal? If that's the first question, and the second question is, if virtual is not suitable for local area, any other alternative to solve this problem during pandemic? Thank you.
Okay, first question, how to build back the tourism sector? Internet. Okay, like I said, in this era, technology is the most important. But if there's a rural area, like in the country that's very less of the internet signal, so we actually can promote the tourism area to other platform. You can also promote the area to the TripAdvisor as well, and also to the other platform. So it doesn't mean that we promote in your area that have a bad signal. And the second one, if virtual is not suitable for local area, if the virtual is not suitable for local area, any other alternative to solve this problem during pandemic? To solve the problem during pandemic is always online. So there's no other way rather than online. However, if there's a rare signal or the signal very difficult in your area, like I said for the first question, you can go or find that the have a good signal and promotes your area or your product or your property through that have a good signal. So that's only the other way during a pandemic. So not other thing like trade show, because that's not allowed nowadays. Trade show or promotion event, offline event, etc. So everything now is online. So there's no other way except the online. Okay, if this database like Sojourn or OTA, that's not a database company. So that's not allowed to sell your the database. And it is illegal. Is there any influence? Okay. Yeah.
Is there any influence on the latest data growth toward the hotel's occupancy during this pandemic?
Okay. Influence data or guest review is very less nowadays because the occupancy of the hotel is almost 0% of the occupancy. So meaning there's no guest stay in the hotels, and there will be no review for the hotel. So the review of the TripAdvisor, for example, is nowadays is majority is through this area like Jakarta area review or some place in Bali area, for example. But for the hotels or travels, it's quite rare, quite few nowadays.
How could e-commerce become marketing tool for the company?
Yeah, because e-commerce the main job is to distribute your products. So this is one of the tool of the marketing to distribute our product, distribute our price, promotion, or package, etc. So this is one of the tool of the marketing.
How to invite hotels in Indonesia, especially small ones, to use this e-commerce with their low human resources?
How to invite?
Well, actually, that's where teachers comes in, right? We will be needing your help to prepare a better human resources to be able to compete with the fast-growing e-commerce business. But I digress. Please, Pak Agung, how to invite hotels in Indonesia, especially small ones, to use this e-commerce with their low human resources?
To use this e-commerce, meaning use this training e-commerce or what is that? How to offer hotel in Indonesia to use e-commerce?
Yeah, I think you need to specify what you mean by use this e-commerce.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can just move on to the next slide.
Okay. For the hotel to invite the hotel in Indonesia, for the small hotel, I think just give the knowledge of e-commerce, especially why e-commerce is so important in hospitality industry, especially in the hotel. So by that, by uh, the education of the e-commerce. So I think the hotel will think that they should have the e-commerce on this. Okay. I think that's all the question. Anything else? You?
That is all. For now, please.
Okay. We move to next topic. It's hotel organization charts in related to the e-commerce. Where's the e-commerce stand? Okay. And we hope that everyone here know that not all hotel have e-commerce specialists in the structure, especially for the small hotel or for the 3-star hotel and below. And also the e-commerce usually is have different what is called different structure in the hotel. Every hotel have different structure, but where the e-commerce stand. Sometimes this one hotel put the e-commerce in the sales and marketing or revenue management. But some is in the IT, information technology, because this is related to the technology. And the sample of the job description of the hotel e-commerce and digital marketing specialist. See, this is just for your information how the e-commerce and digital marketing job description in the hotel. And also, we expect that everyone here know how e-commerce specialists blend together with the revenue and also the digital marketing. Because these three components is really important in marketing tool for the hotels. This e-commerce, revenue, and also digital marketing to increase the revenue in the hotel. Okay. All right. If you see on the screen, that's the e-commerce will be under the revenue management. This is the common organization charts in the hotel. That especially for the 5-star hotel. First lines that we call as executive committee or XCOM, what we call is XCOM. Different hotel have different names, like position, for example, we call it planning committee or PC, but all is same. That consists of director of finance, director of room, director of sales and marketing, engineering, director of F&B, and also human resources. And director of revenue and also director of sales and marketing have the same level, even though that's what they do is it's quite similar, quite same in sales and marketing. And the director of revenue, there's three reporting. There's 3% reporting to the director of revenue, which is revenue manager, and also reservation manager, and also e-commerce manager. So like I said previous previous presentation, that's even though in the same level here, e-commerce have, in the future, e-commerce have a better carry and also better money. Because even though it's the same level, yet e-commerce about can be like my hotel, my previous hotel is about 20% higher than the salary higher than reservation manager. Yeah. Even though there's no one reporting to the e-commerce manager. Okay. After the executive committee, there department head, executive committee or division head will be, after division head, that's department head that reporting to the XCOM or division head, which are sales manager, and also digital marketing or marco manager or sales banquet. And the e-commerce will related to this person to work together to increase the revenue. It's digital marketing and also revenue manager. And their supervisor and staff reporting to this department head. This is for the hotel that have for the 5-star hotel or 6 hotel. For the simple organization chart, that's director of sales and marketing. There will be revenue manager directly report to sales and marketing, and also e-commerce manager. So this is the simple hotel organization chart, and it's quite similar. The difference is only there's no director of revenue yet supervising, revenue manager, reservation manager, and e-commerce manager. And then the most simple organization chart that small hotel have is like you see on the screen. Their sales and marketing manager directly supervising e-commerce, and e-commerce directly supervising reservation. So sometime in the hotels, all job of reservation and also e-commerce and also revenue will be due by one person. So they will do reporting, they will do distribution, they will do also booking, etc. Okay, so this is the sample of job description that we have in the hotel for the e-commerce executive and also Marcom executive. So this is for the hotel that don't have director of revenue, so directly will be reporting to director of sales and marketing and also director of sales. So this is will be similar to Marcom executive that directly reporting to sales and marketing and also director of sales. And in terms of coverage, that sales and marketing is what we call is a big picture, where we see the big picture. So it's started from the digital marketing. From the digital marketing, we'll find out what we don't have. Then e-commerce will distribute what we have. And revenue management will monitor or will analyze what we have done and reporting to the sales and marketing. If you see on the screen, this is the coverage or the job of in each person in organization, hotel organization chart. Okay, so we organization chart, we always talk about the collaboration, which we call as team. Together, everyone achieve more. Okay. To succeed in today's market, so this is very important that collaboration is have to be in a positive way to optimize revenue and also to capture all demand that we have, and to capture all the opportunity to increasing the revenue. And revenue management should let marketing to know if the demand is low. For example, nowadays the demand is very low because due to the COVID, and revenue management also should know where the demand is low and where the demand is high. So when it's the demand or the information gives to the marketing, so the market can create out and optimize effective target to encourage booking. So all the information given from the revenue management, that's marketing will create or make the target or campaigns or promotion to the audience. So if we talk about revenue management and sales and marketing, it's like the relationship is like love and hate relationship, because revenue management always argue. This is a fact in the hotel industry, always argue with sales and marketing because of the price. Revenue management would like to have a higher price, while the sales would like to get more quantity, more occupancy, and doesn't care with the price. However, they will work together to increasing the revenue. Okay. So what is the revenue management? So revenue management is the science and art of enhancing firm revenue while selling essentially the same amount of the product. It's meaning that our product in the hotel is same. Hotel have 200 room is same, never change it to 300 or never decrease it to 100, always the same. And the price also always the same in each session. It's like low season have price, high season have price, and also peak season also have a price. And all the price is almost the same, and all the product is almost the same. So this is the job of revenue management, how we increasing the revenue while the room or our product is still the same. And while sale is the task of selling what we have. we have already promotion, we have already price, package, etc. So that's the job of sales to selling our product. While marketing is finding out what we don't have. So after marketing create the marketing, then sales will selling the promotion, etc. Okay. Okay, before we continue to other topics, any questions or any thought or any information that we can have to everyone here?
Is there a curriculum for e-commerce specialist course that is specific to TVET learning that we can use as a guide?
So far as I know, there's no model yet. So this is the one of the purpose of this training is to prepare the module of the e-commerce to your student, because this model is quite important to your student as a Z generation that to fill the hotel industry. So far there's no model yet. So by the end of this training, I hope you can create or make the model to your student to do e-commerce.
How many budget to add promotion for tourism attraction on e-commerce, especially for student or group of student budget?
How many budget to
How many budget to add promotion for tourism attraction on e-commerce, especially for student or group student budget?
Okay, I try to understand first how many budget to add promotion for tourism or e-commerce, especially for students. This will be the different from area to area, from place to place. This is meaning that if there is a student or group going to other place attraction, what it's mean by you? Is that the meaning? How many? How many budget to add promotion? So,
Well,
in regard
the budget for promotion can be anything you like. I mean, it completely depending on how
place.
much money you have to spend or how much capital you can spare for the promotion effort. But the basic idea is promotion in e-commerce is, you can say it's practically free. It depends, it's relying more heavily on creativity. Yes, of course, if you have spare money that you can spend, that'll be great. You can use SEO. You can put more ads here and there. But a beautiful thing about e-commerce is things basically is free. Berapa? Oh, right. Okay. So let me rephrase the question. So for those who don't speak Bahasa, I'll translate it. How much, I'm just gonna use normal language, yeah. How much money do a student need if they want to promote e-commerce about a virtual wayang golek? So wayang golek is like a puppet show. You know what I mean? You know, the puppet thing, the doll thing.
Also,
Ye- is 1 million rupiah is enough? It's hard for me to say. Because I have no, I need to know for sure what kind of virtual, what do you mean by virtual puppet show? How you gonna, sorry, I haven't started my video yet. How you gonna how you gonna what do you call it, perform it? How do people consume it? If are people only gonna watch it, or they will have to be interactive or a part of it? It's hard for me to say. It's hard for us to say how much budget you need, how much money you need to spend if we don't have a good idea of how the business itself. So yeah, if you're interested in knowing more, feel free to text us and then we can talk about that. Maybe we can give you some inputs on what you can do. Sounds great? Awesome. Right, moving on.
revenue management.
Revenue management, interesting. What is the key principles in managing revenue?
Okay, this will be we talk about in the next topic.
We have already introduced e-commerce subject to the hotel students. However, most of the e-commerce terminologies are closer to IT students from the book reference. We know it is important for the hotel and tourism students to understand about e-commerce, especially in developing idea for content for the sales and marketing. Do you think that the approach to learn about the e-commerce different for hotel and tourism students? Basically, it's the same. And the terminologies are closer to IT students. I disagree. Nowadays, it's become a normal terminologies. Everyone should know about it. It's not specifically only for IT students. And it's a huge mistake if you think e-commerce for hotel is more suited for IT, because it is not. In practicality, IT is the furthest discipline of it. If anything, it's more closer. It's closer to economic students. It's closer to management students than IT. IT is not suitable for e-commerce or even revenue management. I think it will depend on which platform you use, the segment you target. Yes, exactly. I think this is, I mean, this is referring to Miss or Mr. Repa's question about the budget for virtual puppet show. Yeah, it depends on which platform you use, the segment you target, who's your target market is, how do you plan on getting revenue out of it. Lots of information that we need before we can move on. Nah, due to the highly competitive of e-commerce, small startup will be suffering for the capital. What practical solution regarding to this issue? Thank you.
Cool. Okay, the last question is why most of our web doesn't act like what could the idea does in creating content price? Is my job. Is it already answered? The last question. Why most hotel web doesn't act like what OTA does in creating floating price? This is what you mean is parity. If we talk about parity, that's our hotel website and OTA price should be the same. So there's no price that's different. So because in its hotels, especially for 5-star hotels, using a general manager. So if we put a certain price like $100, for example, so all online travel agent, including our database, will have $100. So that will be no different.
Okay, so why most hotel web doesn't act like what OTA does? In case you don't know, OTA stands for online travel agencies. It's like Booking.com, Expedia, Agoda, and such. In creating floating price is what we call dynamic price. It's price that can change every time, anytime. Depends on, actually it depends on the promotion really. We'll touch on more about pricing and promotion on OTA tomorrow, but let me just answer by saying mainly because the hotel web doesn't have the same capability as OTA. So what OTA can do, not all hotel web can do. Feel me? So OTA can make so many kind of promotion, but hotel web cannot. Right. Due to the highly competitive of e-commerce, small startup will be suffering for the capital. Correct. What practical solution regarding to this issue? Thank you. If we're talking about startup, we're talking about entrepreneurs, right? Well, it's a risk. It's a risk that small startups or entrepreneurs have to face is they have to fight with more established businesses with bigger capital. So the idea again is creativity. You have to be creative. If you cannot compete on the capital, at least you have to be creative and try other things. Try to aim for niche market. There's a lot of things that you can do. Or you can just hire a third-party e-commerce specialist, revenue specialist. That works as well. They often work commission-based, so very cost-friendly. Okay, moving on.
Okay, I think that's all the question and answer for this topic. So now we move into the other topic is in regard of revenue management. That's why revenue management is also part of this training, because e-commerce is part of the revenue management and related to revenue management and have to work together with the revenue management to increase the revenue. So in this training, we not talk about the revenue management in detail. However, we will talk about the revenue management basic, but this will be cover the all the revenue management knowledge. Okay. Again, by the end of this training or this topic, we expect that you know the big picture of revenue management, of getting the maximizing the revenue, and also you understand how we maximizing revenue is through the segmenting market. That you will know the type of segmentation and also the cost of distribution. Two, as the key of the effective strategy. And revenue management and e-commerce cycle, or how sales and marketing strategy prepare. And to making the revenue, so we expect you also know that, understand that what is the role of the revenue management in making revenue. And also you can measure hotel revenue or hotel succeed or fail of the hotel. So you can measure the performance of the hotel. So what is revenue management? If we talk about revenue management, there's always some component in the revenue management. There's inventory control inventory, including distribution, etc. Nesting to capture the selected customer or selected market. Forecasting, optimization, the strategy, yielding, budgeting, and pricing, and also market segmentation. So segmenting the market. So that's we call is revenue management is art and science. Where is art and where is science? The art is to strategize, optimizing, nesting, or segmentation, market segmentation. And then there's a science in revenue management, which is the budget. There's calculation as well, formula as well, but budgeting or forecasting or the inventory control, and also the yielding. Okay. Beside the art and in the revenue management to make the strategy, how revenue strategy we made, and also science, how this budget or forecast made. Beside these two components, which is art and science, so the most important thing for the revenue management as well as the empower. So revenue management should have empower to decide what rate should be applied for certain market. So all sales department should follow the instruction, pricing instruction from the revenue management, because revenue management have to empower. Even GM to give promotion or to give rate to their friend or client have to ask the revenue manager or director of revenue before decide how much price should be give to his or her client. So this is the important thing also for the revenue management have to have empower to control the price, to control the strategy. So that's why nowadays that's in organization charts, there's the director of revenue in the same level of director of sales and marketing. So if revenue management under director of sales and marketing, so it's like a conflict of interest. Revenue management controlling sales and marketing, while revenue management under the sales and marketing. So that's like a conflict of interest. So that's why the 5-star hotel and above is have director of revenue to control the price, to control the strategy as well. And also controlling, the most important thing is the controlling the sales and marketing. So the revenue management the art of revenue management is to sell our product, the right product, to the right customer at the right time or right duration at the right price, and also the right channel that we sell our product. So this is the definition of the e-commerce. So it is ability to sell the capacity and space to make profit as much as we can. Yeah. So the revenue management is long-term strategic, which can sell. This strategy is like that's what we call just 12-month forecast to see the low season or the high season, and then that's revenue management can sell low rate, for example, even though in the high demand, even though in the like high season, but we can sell in the lower rate. Or we can, sorry, okay, it is not also maximizing in the high period of demand. Also, this is stimulating for the low period that we cannot sell the lower rate. This is to avoid the pricing cannibalism. So there will be a price limit that we cannot sell lower than the limits, even though during the low season, because this is will be related to the image of that hotel itself. Yeah. Okay. That's the definition of this revenue management. So that will be a challenge in nowadays, or also from back in 2000, even below 2000. There's a challenge of revenue management, challenge of this strategy to making the strategy of the hotel. From the internal, that's guest profiling. This is always problem in the hotel, because staff, especially from front office staff, input the guest profile not in the correct way. Like for example, there is a guest from the Jakarta, but the guest is the nationality of the guest is from Japan. So Japanese stay in Jakarta. But for the front office, they put the nationality Japanese, that's correct. But put the guest of resident also Japan, but actually is in Jakarta. So this database will be collected by revenue management and giving to the marketing, then marketing will put the specific promotion to Japan, not to Jakarta. So this will be, we call this target. So the target will be, that will be not the target, this target. Because we have the target, people stay in Jakarta, but marketing make the promotion in Japan. This is because guest of resident that made by front office is Japan instead of Indonesia or Jakarta. So that the guest profiling, this is also challenge for the revenue management to capturing the data. This is already from long time ago. It's the database in property management system or PMS is not always not always correct, and this is still a problem until now. And in terms of human resources, also it's now in this era, it will be, I hope that in the future it will be different. In this era, because the hotel is still majority is from the millennium start, and 40% is still Y generation, which is 45 years old and above. And the technology is not not really good in the technology. And while the generation that really good in technology like Z generation, it's not in the hotel yet. Some is already in the hotel, but very few, because Z generation is from 8 years old until 23 years old. However, this generation is really, really good in technology, and if we teach or deliver knowledge about the technology, then in 1 second they will understand. But this generation is not yet in the hotel. So this also challenge for the revenue management. The hospitality era has been changed into digital, but people is still stay the same. And the demanding customer are increased. This is especially for the resort like in Bali is maybe retired guests is more and more increasing and increasing the hotel, especially in the resort in Bali. So the external challenge for the revenue management is competition. Competition is very massive, especially in Bali. There's many people and many hotel is already built. Like it's like a few seconds. There's one hotel already built. In other months, it's another hotel built. In other month, another hotel built. So that makes the competition is very hard. And this makes supply of the room is very high, while the demand is just stay the same. So this is also the challenge of the revenue management to target the market. And political and economic issue, and also the COVID-19 also the challenge. And the last one is partner behavior. Partner behavior is a wholesaler or online travel agent. So now online travel agent or wholesalers have more power to control the hotel. It's like, if you give me good rate, I will promote you, something like that. But before 2000, its hotel is controlling is the travel agent. Like, I will give you the room, something like that. So now that's the third party partner, wholesale travel agent or online travel agent have more power to control our hotel. So this the challenge of the revenue management nowadays. And also image of the hotel is depend on the social media as well. Because social media is at the forefront of revolution in customer engagement. So if we talk about loyalty, talk about image, we talk about the engagement. So we try to engage revenue management and also digital marketing, try to engage as much as possible for the customer through the social media, through our guest review as well, etc. So the image of the hotel is the most important thing of this hotel from the social media as well. Okay. So how are we maximizing the revenue? The activities of this revenue can be divided or broken down into the three main activities. It is pricing, so how we price our product. So usually before we pricing the room, for example, we have to know how much is the cost of the room. It's like there's no written rule actually for the pricing of the room. Usually it's, the cost of the room time 3, so that will be the price. For example, if the cost of the room is 550 US dollar, for example, the cost, so the price can be around 150 US dollar, something like that. So from 150 dollars, so you can break down, you can play with that price 150. You can lowering, and then you can use that price become promotion price or packaging or bundle price, etc. And then you can do reduce 20% of 150 or increasing something like that. So you can play with that price. So how we price our products or our room. The second one is inventory allocation. So this is the job of the e-commerce to distribute, to monitor the inventory. Yeah. So what we put in, where should we put our product? The selling strategy, how we sell our products, including our package or our promotion. Yeah. So this is the main activities that revenue management do to maximizing the revenue. Okay. Basically, the revenue management do, and the job of the revenue management is to combine between value and price. Value is what guests will get in the hotel, and price is what guests pay for the hotel. So revenue management will combine this value and price. And the pricing is the process of determining the rates that define the product in the marketplace. There's to decide the pricing strategy, there is 3 factors to be considered. So we have to consider that 3 factors. The customer, to whom we, the price we can offer. The property, what is our product? What is our, what kind of products do we have? And then the markets, where we should price in our product. So these 3 factors have to be considered before we do pricing. So before we combine between the value and the price. Okay, if you see on the screen, the revenue management anatomy. Okay, after the lunch breaks, we will continue with the revenue management anatomy. And from the revenue management anatomy, like we said, that what is revenue management. Revenue management is like you see on the left. That's revenue management is selling the right product to the right customer in the right for the right place at the right time to the right channel. So we will talk about this revenue management in after the lunch break. Together with is followed by the forecasting the demands and also the strategy that we should apply for the revenue management. So before we ending the topic, any question for the revenue management for the last topic? Unstable connection. No. Okay. So yes, mainly we focus on the hotel because we focus on hospitality and industry. So we will not focus other merchant like shop, etc. So we focus on the hospitality industry, especially for the hotel. Okay, we give to Panyo to close the first session of this training.
Right. It's lunchtime. Yeah, if you got any other questions, just write them down and we'll discuss them after the break. So please go have your lunch. We'll be back in 1 hour from now. If you haven't filled up the attendance list link, presence form, or whatever you may call it, don't forget to do so. And yeah, we'll see you in an hour. Bye.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Is my voice already clear or still? Okay, good afternoon everyone. Is it my yes if will come up? Okay. All right. I hope that you did enjoy your lunch. So before we start, keep going. Because I want to see the participant. Okay. All right. So before we start the next topic, that we would like to recap or we would like to discuss about the topic that we already delivered to you. So my first question is there anyone here, ladies and gentlemen, working in the hospitality industry or even in the hotel? Just turn on your video so we can see. Or everybody here working as a teacher? Okay. Okay, and where you come from? Oh, from Myanmar. Okay. You can turn on your mic. Okay, please. Yeah, we hear you.
Maybe I'm the only one Myanmar here,
Yeah.
because situation in Myanmar is very bad right now, including internet. So yeah, we are also like all the EC member of training school association are taking leave. But I just want to attend the class, so I joined it.
Are you have been working in the hospitality industry or in the hotel? Or
Yes, I'm originally I'm working with my sister with Exotissimo Travel and Tour. So mainly Exotissimo, but I ran a restaurant, traditional Myanmar food to tourists and foreigner, and also I have small hotel. I plan to do the training hotel, you know. And also I have social business called Yangon Bakehouse, which we train bakery and business skill of life skill. And also I am presidential Friends of Indonesia, for your information. I've been invited to Indonesia like 5 years ago as a presidential Friends of Indonesia, and I'm now also participate as a judge in Master Chef Myanmar. So I'm mainly food industry, restaurant, but I have some knowledge of hotel and production, and I have a training hotel, training school, but I won't teach much, but I do the testing and quality control, like these, like managing. So like e-commerce and marketing is also main thing I have to do, and I'm doing it right now.
So what do you think about the topic of e-commerce we deliver?
Sorry? Today?
What do you think about the e-commerce?
Actually, it works. It helps a lot to, especially our country right now, during the COVID, and also right now it's. I think nothing can help but like to boost up the tourism industry. I think e-commerce will be the best solution for promote our products and everything to international.
Is there also in Myanmar a very lack of e-commerce specialties like in Indonesia or other country?
Yes, for the especially for tourism industry and human resource industry, e-commerce is quite common use, you know, especially during COVID, even like online sales and promoting your business through Zoom meetings, seminar like these. So we've been improved a lot, and our younger generation has a very high knowledge of using IT and e-commerce marketing and everything. So it's very much potential. That's why I need to be keep up with them.
Okay, so meaning that e-commerce is commonly used in Myanmar nowadays. However, there's the specialties of the e-commerce person is quite a view or lack, right? Am I correct? Or hello? Oh, I think it's lost connection. Okay, thank you very much for the comment and then for the feedback. It's very beneficial for this training. So let me ask the participant, the audience here. I understand you are from the first topic in regard of the e-commerce. So anyone know and then or understands what is e-commerce? What do you think about the e-commerce? It is not really the full explanation of e-commerce, but how understand your e-commerce, what do you think, and then what is e-commerce? Okay, I will choose one of these. I will select one of these participants here. Wait. Okay. Mr. Jose Hutabara. Okay, can you unmute your mic? Jonas. Unmute Jose Hutabara or maybe Forest. Forest. Okay, siapa? Okay, anyone? Mana? Agung Setiawan. Yes. Okay, Agung Setiawan. Agung, please. Mr. Agung.
Well, I just make it simple that e-commerce is a trading that is done via internet connections. So it is basically from business to consumer directly, doing the trading via internet. That's
Okay,
what,
from the
yes.
Seller to the customer
Yes.
using
Which is
internet or
done,
online.
yes, yes, using the internet connections or trading via online.
Okay. Have you been to to work or even working or training in the hotel, or do you know about what is hotel look like, what is hotel the operational, etc. for sales and marketing?
Yes, I used to work in a hotel, but I did not work in the marketing department. I worked for the front office department. Yes, front office department.
Yeah.
That's it.
So yeah. So as I mentioned, that the database is very important nowadays. However, the challenge for the hotel is from the front office. That's who input the guest profile.
Yes, that's right.
Right. So, do you think this is common that the front office people just fill in the form very quick without checking something like that one? As your experience in the hotel?
Okay. It is required to put the detailed information as detailed as possible for us to really know who our customer is. But to make the customer easier, so we are the one that is going to fill in or updating inside the computer. So what we just do is normally asking for the business card that has detailed information of the guest. So we put it inside. We put everything concerning the guest experience too. Whenever they're staying in our hotel, we put it inside the guest history. And well, this is very good in maintaining the relationship between the property with their customer.
Yeah. So in your previous hotel also, this is the challenge, right? To export or to build a database.
Yes, I think yes, I think it's very important for the front office to to get the details of the information, especially also in the reservations department, which is in my previous hotel, it is under the front office department, not under the marketing department or revenue department. So what we do is just we use the data of the reservations to as the base of the budgeting that we are going to do, as the base of the revenue forecasting that we are going to have in the futures, and also as the base of the in the front office counting, we sometimes find out that the error of the no-show error and then the cancellations error, that we take it from the database that we have before.
Is there any solution to manage the challenge? One of the challenges is the database. Database meaning that's the person who input the data into the system. Is there any solution? For example, like like in a previous hotel, there is one police to check all the data in the system, in the PMS system. So that police will report to the room division manager.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of mistakes, something like this. Is there any solution beside the police of the data?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't really understand your question. So, do you mean that do we need to have a person in charge in managing the data? Is that what your question is?
To monitor the data, there's like what is called like police department to just checking the data.
That monitoring,
to monitoring, to make sure that all data inputted in the system is correct. Yeah, that's one of the solution. Is there other way to other solution to make the data as accurate as we can?
I think every person's in whatever department has their own responsibility. They have to do their job properly, including like taking the reservations. They need to write down everything correctly and according to like what you said. We need to check the inventory because the inventory is also playing the role in what do we call that? In how many available rooms that the hotels can still sold. So we need to know that. So we have to make it synchronized between the selling and the inventory, and of course the what do we call that? The right pricing for the right customers, for the right market segments. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Agung.
Yes. So we have to Agung over here, right?
Okay.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Another question. What is advantage and what is disadvantage to have e-commerce in this era? Okay, let's see. Agustina, guys. Agustina from Indonesia, and also silakan Bu. Hello. Hello, we cannot hear you. I think it's bad connection there. Okay, what about if we move to Philippines? Miss Cortez.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. So, one of the advantage of e-commerce is that it is a platform that we can easily communicate with our customer. Um, Another advantage of this is that um, the ease of communicating with our customer, we can capture a big market. So globally, we can do our business. So that is one of the advantage. A disadvantage of e-commerce is that because of the ease of communicating with our customer, it gives us a high level of competition. Um, so it is a high level competition in terms of e-commerce because it is very easy for a business to access the internet. So it gives us a high level of competition there. Thank you.
What about the risk of the e-commerce in terms of the data or in terms of information, personal information? Oh, I think it's already.
Hello. Sorry,
Hello?
sorry.
Okay.
Again, sorry, question,
Yeah.
please.
In terms of the personal data of customer, so
Oh,
what
in
is
terms,
disadvantage?
the disadvantage of e-commerce is that because of the advancement of technology, there's a high risk as well. We all know that there's phishing in terms of the internet. So as part of the industry, it is our main duty, okay, to protect the customers or our client. Um, so um, another thing to do to have it as an advantage for the industry side is that we raise the awareness of protecting. Again, we need to give our customer the the precautionary measures that they need to protect themselves as well. So in that term, we can use that into our advantage to actually use it as a marketing strategy as well. So
Right.
that's one of
Actually,
the disadvantage of this for customers.
okay. So thank you very much for the answer. Okay, it's what about the what do you think about the type of e-commerce? There is three actually there is three person in the e-commerce, which is three individual, I mean, or company, which is business, individual or consumer, and also government. And in the hotel industry, there's some kind or some type of e-commerce. So can you tell me one of these e-commerce types in the hospitality industry, and what is the example? Okay, Ibu Yulia Mandasari. Ya, halo, Ibu Yulia. I think Ibu Yulia will have mic. Yeah. Oh, by the way, no one turn on the video. Okay, what about Bapak Agunda? Bapak Joven Agunda. Mr. Joven Agunda. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, anyone know? Just raise hand. And anyone know what type of the e-commerce? Just give me 2 or 3 the type of e-commerce. Okay, Nimade Ernawati. Ibu Nimade Ernawati.
Thank you very much, Bapak Agung, for the time. I think in tourism industry, in hospitality industry, there are the types of B2B, business to business, business to customer, business to government. So the example of business to business is, for example, the hotel and the OTA, for example. And the business to customer, it is the direct selling from the hotel to the customer using the online media. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. And then just additional is in B2B, as mentioned by Ibu yeah, it's B2B, business to business, is like hotel to OTA. So example of OTA is like Booking.com, Agoda, Expedia, or in Indonesia like Traveloka, etc. Yeah, and business to customer is our website. Yes, okay, that's great. Okay, I believe that everybody, ladies and gentlemen here, quite understand about the e-commerce. Quite understand about why we are e-commerce really important in hospitality industry. As mentioned before, that this training for the e-commerce is we focus on the hospitality industry. We focus on how we create or how we create the next generation for the e-commerce specialist. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu. Okay, next question. So that's all the question in regard of e-commerce. So the next question is in regard of the revenue management. So what do you think is revenue management? And where revenue management is stand for? First question is, what is revenue management? Anyone raise hand to answer what is revenue management?
I will to answer next.
Okay.
Maria Carolina Abanil. Please, ma'am.
Okay, for me, revenue management is having the right customer with the right room given at the right time and especially with the right price.
The right price. All right, that's good. That's already the complete definition of the revenue management. Okay, so just remember the revenue management is just remember 2 words: art, science. That's it. From art, science you can elaborate like what says from Mrs. Maria. Yeah. So just remember 2 words, then elaborate with those explanation. Okay. All right. Next, e-commerce is always talk about, not always, talk about the distribution. And then where's e-commerce stand in the revenue management? Anyone can answer the question, or anyone have argument of this statement that e-commerce is part of revenue management? Okay. Let me see the argument.
Right, so next, let's have Miss Edvi Gracia Ardani to help us with the problem. Miss Edvi, you're on.
Yes, hi. Can you
Hi.
hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, revenue management is actually how the hotel management maximize the revenue by taking account on the data that the data of their performance, their previous performance, and by taking into account the trend of the business, as well as the how do you call that? The I don't know how to say it. Taking account the previous performance of the business, and then the trend of the business, as well as the events. I mean, the events that might come in the future. It is actually about forecasting the revenue with the right strategy.
Okay. You mean like analyzing past data?
Right. Is that true?
Yes, it's in logic. Yes, right. So for the e-commerce, where stand in revenue management? Revenue management have some tasks, right? Like make a strategy, distribute the property, and where does e-commerce stand in revenue management? Do you think? E-commerce is part of revenue management, right? Please unmute me. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, so basically, I think that's okay, Pak Johannes. Basically, e-commerce there, because e-commerce is actually part of the how hotel industry is selling their rooms. So what we can do with the e-commerce is actually having the data from them, especially in terms of the trend. And then we can also ask them to collaborate with us with their prediction. I mean, with their how do you call that? Their it's apa namanya, prediction. Forecast, yeah. Thank you. With their forecast also, and I think what is interesting with e-commerce here is that e-commerce will not be able to do whatever they want with the price, with the rate of hotel rooms, because everything will be actually will be generated by the revenue management system of the hotel.
Yeah. Okay. Correct. So yeah. So e-commerce here is more talk about the distribution and selling the room, right? Together with revenue management. That's what you mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can I ask one of these, Mr. Kabayan? So I believe you, uh, yeah, you have the college in Philippines. Just my question is there any revenue management syllabus in your college? Because when Mr. G.R. Kamaya, oh, okay. Yeah. Because in the last presentation that she said that what I see is the training and the module is in the operational. So not the next, what's called the next, the future.
Hello, good afternoon, Sir
Good
Agu.
afternoon, Mr. Kabayan.
Okay, so with your question, if e-commerce is part or the revenue management is part of our program in our college, I would answer that is yes. We have the subject what we call as the rooms division management, as well as the in the front office we also talk about certain computation, particularly the room's availability and the forecasting of the room. And we try to adopt other practices. That's why we also have a partnership and collaboration with the STR or with the Smith Travel Research. That's why in order to us to know the data and the proper way to forecast, so we have to know exactly how to get the data and how to use those data.
What about the practice in the hotel? Do you have chance or your student have chance to have training, for example, in the hotel? I mean, revenue management training or only the operational training?
At present time, in the new normal, the time of pandemic, certainly our students are not allowed to have their face-to-face on-the-job training. But with the previous semesters or before the pandemic, our students are immersed in a different department, and one of the department that they are assigned with, which where they can learn the forecasting or the revenue management is in the front office.
Okay. So this is part of the front office module, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there is no specific that revenue management module or e-commerce module in your college yet. I think it's unmuted already. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kabaya. So now move to the Bali, Bapak Igede Agus Jaya Sanyana. So what do you think, and then do you have the revenue management or e-commerce module in your college?
Good afternoon, Pak Agung.
Okay, good afternoon. We meet again here.
Could you repeat the question once again? I think you mentioned about the module for the e-commerce.
Yes, e-commerce module and or revenue management module in your college.
In my college, there is accounting department. I'm not pretty sure about the e-commerce, but I think there's a few subjects concerning about e-commerce and also another department. My department is in the tourism department, and I'm pretty sure that there's some subjects in the diploma 4 that specializes on supervisory levels, that includes the e-commerce. Probably this is just a guess because I'm not teaching e-commerce, but I feel it's very important for every teachers and lecturers to understand the growing trends in hospitality. But I think my fellow colleagues have also teach e-commerce in some extent, as in probably in study cases or in the field experiences of the students when they go to the on-the-job training. So more or less there is mentioned in the classes, but I'm not pretty sure, but probably one of my colleagues can correct me if I'm mistaken.
So, yeah, so meaning that's not really specific in revenue management or specific in e-commerce module, right?
In tourism, probably not that specific, but I think there's also, we have a study program on the, what is it, international business management. I think they can, they have a subject, or probably we just opened a new study program for the following, for the new academic year on I think it's digital business management. So that's probably hitting some things on e-commerce and revenue management.
All right. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Agung.
Thank you. And I think Ibu Professor is present and yeah. Silakan Bu.
Pak Agung, maksudnya saya, Erna.
Yes.
Yes. All right. I come from the same institution with Pak Gus. Yeah. About the subject, like special course on revenue management, we don't have at this moment, but following your course at this moment, I will be giving feedback to the curriculum team to include this subject. But at this moment, we have this type of a topic presented in cost control. I think that is as much as the material is covered, but not specifically on revenue management. I think when we take the approach of transferring this knowledge to the student and connecting them with the e-commerce, I think it's a very good approach because this revenue management then can use the e-commerce as their tool to achieve their target using the price and the product package and the time and so on. I think that is, Pak Agung, a bit of perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Thank you very much for your feedback. Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu. Anything else? That's all. Okay. I think that is all. It's already close to 3 minutes discussion. If you have any question, just raise your hand and type in your chat, and we can discuss, or if I can answer, we can answer directly, or we can discuss among the participants. So we need also all the participants here to be proactive in this training. So we all will have the same perspective, same picture of this training. So same goal of this training, right? Yeah.
We have a question here from Jocelyn.
Yeah.
May I ask, what is your recommendation to schools on how to embed e-commerce as part of the subject or a subject in itself?
To school on how to embed. Okay, for the school, for the e-commerce in the school, theoretically that's will be easy because there's some book or some material that you can get. However, for the practical for the e-commerce, especially for the extranet. So that will be challenge because no hotel can allow person or people to see their backhand of this website. That's the challenge. Or anyone in this room, in this group, have some recommendation on the school? Yeah, like what the question of Bapak Agus, is there any e-commerce as the core subject in the school? I have been visiting actually college in just in Klukong, which is quite small city. There's no e-commerce, and also I have been visiting college in Bangkok, in Dusit College, and I didn't see also the e-commerce subject. And then when I was in Sri Lanka as well, I didn't see any subject. So I think the subject of e-commerce is very lack in the school right now. While e-commerce is really important nowadays to prepare the next generation. Yes, we do have. Yeah.
Oops. Right, so if I can jump in real quick. We've been doing this exact same webinar for 3 times before. This is the 4th batch. And one thing for sure is that the biggest problem with teaching e-commerce in schools or college or whatever is that there's no tools that you can use right now. For instance, when we talk about e-commerce in hotels, it's all about extranet. I'm gonna show you extranets tomorrow after lunch. It's basically how you control OTA, the back end of it, the command center of it. Now, so you need an access to extranet to be able to properly teach e-commerce. Without that, it's practically useless. I mean, you can teach e-commerce, but then there won't be any hands-on experience for the students, right? You also need tools like channel manager, and there's a lot of tools related, or I mean, yeah, you're gonna need a lot of tools to teach e-commerce, and that's gonna be a problem. We in Indonesia, we don't have that tools right now. So I think the best solution that we have for right now is try to build a relationship with certain hotels. Maybe there's a hotel that willing to send their manager to teach or to share how to work with extranet. You know what I mean? Because it's a very sensitive information. I mean, you don't want random people to just play around with it. I mean, it's very sensitive. So it is crucial that, I mean, hotels probably willing to work with schools, but they probably not willing to share this sensitive information, right? So you have to reach an agreement there where they can teach you about it, because they have access to all these tools and you don't unless you pay for it. I mean, you can have the tools if you pay for it. So the problem right now is the tools. Once you got the tools, then of course you can. You can also teach without tools, but it's gonna be weird. I mean, you teach them the theory, only the theory, without a hands-on experience. It's gonna be bordering on useless, don't you think? So yeah, that's the problem with teaching e-commerce right now. Revenue management, it's not that complicated because it's basically just math and statistics. It's basically just that. You can teach them the formulas and that very good. But e-commerce, very tools oriented. Right.
Okay. All right. That's the challenge. So we hope that we can solve that problem in regard of the extranet, in regard of the not allowing the trainer to work with this backhand of the extranet. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for the feedback and thank you very much for the answer. So now we move to, we already talked about the revenue management. Just a little bit about the revenue management. What is revenue management? And that's why the revenue management is so important, etc. So revenue management, like I said before lunch, gets combined value and price. That the revenue management. That they combine with what gets paid and what gets get that we combine to pricing. Right? Okay. So, like the explanation of the one of the participants, the revenue management is to sell the right product to the right customer, to the right place, at the right time, through the right channel. Everything is right. So one is wrong, so that will be fail to get more revenue. Yeah. So why this letter is this black and this red as purpose. So the red here is the purpose of e-commerce. That this is related to e-commerce, especially for the hotel e-commerce. Because hotel e-commerce nowadays recently is selling room. So we more focus on room. That's our right product. To the right customer. To the right customer, we have to segmenting our market. So we divided the market based on product sensitivity, time, price, buying power, information, and booking channel. That we segmenting the customer. So from this segmentation, there is two main segmentation. It is from the B2B, business to business, and B2C, business to customer. So from the business to business, like we said, there's wholesaler or travel agent, there's corporate, OTA, or voucher is like Groupon, TMC or DMC, and also consortia, etc. And then to the direct customer as well. Yeah. So the e-commerce and digital marketing, especially digital marketing, we will focus on this direct customer. So digital marketing will focus to make the content, give the information as much as possible, and everything, the brochure and everything. Yeah. And then to the right place. This is to the right place, meaning if we talk about the pricing structure. There is a pricing structure from published rate, discount rate, wholesale rate, OTA rate, and also discounted rate. So there's rec rate or public rate, the most what's called expensive rate that have in the hotel. Then, and we have also VAR, best available rate. Some hotel, it's like small hotel, best available rate is that published rate. Because what we published, what rate we publish, that published rate, even though that discount rate, also published rate because we publish in for the public. There's also wholesale rate, corporate rate, group rate, and discounted rate. So for the structure, rack rate will be the most expensive, that followed by best available rate. Yeah. So best available rate, this best available rate is will be distributed by e-commerce. So that's why this is red color. Yeah. To make a package, to make a promotion, rate promotion, etc. Then goes to contract rate. Contract rate is usually done by sales department. So the sales department will do contract rate to the travel agent. With those contract rate is have to be a minimum 25 until 30% lower than bar rate, lower than what we sell to OTA, online travel agent. This is already rule. This is already unwritten rule. Yeah, because wholesales will distribute again or sell again this rate into the travel agent, into the retail agent. Of course, this wholesales will mark up the price to get the profit. To mark up the price have to be minimum 15 until 20%. So the profit of the wholesales will be only 5%. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, there's a technical problem for the screen. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for the technical problem. Okay, do you see my screen right now? Okay, all right. So thank you very much. I'm sorry for that. So yeah, you see here in the right one, that the definition of revenue management. Yeah. So we just talked about the structure, the pricing structure. So you see the red color and the black color. So the red color is the job of e-commerce. E-commerce will related to this task, like pricing structure and distribution, and also statistic, etc. Yeah. So back to the pricing structure. Like I said, that's the rack rate is the most expensive price for the loan, and this rack rate is very rare to sell in the market. 1 year maybe about 10 room paid for the rack rate. This is except during IMF. During IMF, almost all the hotel is applying rate for the market, because in that time, as the occupancy will be 100% for sure, even more than 100%. So that the chance of revenue management to do yielding. So that's the only time that we can do yielding for 2 weeks. Usually we can do yielding is only 2 days or even 1 day, just only New Year, during New Year, 31st of December. Only that time we can do yielding. But during IMF in 2018, we can do yielding for 2 weeks. And we can sell even higher than rack rate. Rack rate, for example, is 1,000 US dollar. We can sell 1,500 US dollars. Okay, all right. So, like we explained before, that wholesale rate and OTA rate have to be gap about 25 until 30% gap. Wholesale should be lower than OTA. So that wholesale in the hotel as a occupancy driven. Just talk about the quantity, while OTA is ADR driven. Talk about the price. Okay. All right. To the right time, this is meaning that seasonality. In Bali, I think it's all in the country, especially in Southeast Asia, have low season, high season, and also peak season. In Bali, for example, actually there's we call twin month. That a month have a similar seasonality. Like January, beginning of January and end of December have same pattern. From year to year, same pattern. That those days is peak season. March is very, very low season. The twin brother of March is November. November also very, very low period. So March and November is the lowest period in Bali. High season period is July and August. So July twin brother is August. Something like that. Yeah. So from this seasonality, we can do restriction for the guests. It's like day of the week or weekend. We can do pricing weekend and weekdays, for example. And also we can do pricing during low season, during high season, and during peak season. And how much is the percentage increase from low season into high season? It depends on the hotel. But usually hotel we implement 20% increase from low season into high season. From high season into peak season, from July, August into December during New Year, that will be about 20%. That's for pricing for the OTA, online travel agent. So what about wholesale? That's contract rate. Yes, correct. Wholesale is have a contract rate, but also wholesale have rate that have a seasonality as well. So the rate during low season and during high season, that will be different rate, depend on the contract, and also during peak season. Yeah. This increase of the wholesale rate from the low season into high season, that following the best available rate increase as well, following the increasement of OTA. OTA increase, wholesale have to be increased. OTA decrease, wholesale have to be decreased. So what happened if during high season, but in fact low season, like nowadays. For example, nowadays is not low season, but very zero season, what I can say is almost 0%. Okay, let's say during Mount Agung eruption, so the occupancy is really dropped, even though in high season. So revenue management will decrease the rate during high season. Even can implement low season rate during high season. So what happened to wholesale rate that already have contract, high season rate? So the revenue management will offer the sales department that you can sell the low season rate during high season. So again, revenue management have to decide to give the low season rate during high season. Yeah. So this is what we call the empower of revenue management. So revenue management have to have empower. And to the right channel or distribution. So each distribution, this will be different. For the wholesaler, we have like allocation. Allocation that we give to the wholesaler. We give ceiling to the wholesaler. The allocation usually is there's a limit time. About 2 weeks before arrival, this allocation have to be used. If not used, 2 weeks before arrival, the allocation will be gone. So we'll give to the other channel. So wholesaler or travel agent can book directly without calling the hotel because they have allocation, they have ceiling. Yeah. And for the distribution to the online travel agent and brand.com is that there's already channel manager to manage the distribution. The channel manager is not a person, yet a system to manage allocation of the room to the OTA and also to our website. Imagine if there's no channel manager, we work with more than 10 online travel agents. So meaning we have to work more than 10 times to distribute each room, each session, and also each price, each promotion, etc. That will be very, very time consuming. So from the channel manager, you just can do one click and will distribute all the room into the all channel in OTA and distribute all price, distribute all promotion package, etc. to the all channels. Okay, so that's the revenue management anatomy in terms of what is the revenue management. Any question or any thought of any argument, please raise your hand and we are happy to discuss in regard of the revenue management related to the e-commerce. This is the elaboration of revenue management. As mentioned by Ibu Maria, that's revenue management selling product to the right customer or the right place at the right time to the right channel. So this is the elaboration. What is meaning? So any question for you from your module, or is there any module from what we explained on the screen? Okay, so before we move to market segment, in your mind, what is market segment? Why we should segmenting our market? So is it important or not to have the market segmentation? Okay. What about Ibu Miss? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Agus.
How often the revenue people release their policy?
How many? Sorry.
How often the revenue people release their policy?
The policy in terms of price.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of price, we call in revenue management is dynamic pricing. So it's cannot see one a week or once a month. It's depend on needed. So sometimes it's even one day can be 3 times or even 1 week 1 time. So it's depend on the needed. So for example, like high season and then suddenly there's Mount Agung eruption. So we have to do the strategy, raise strategy during high season. So revenue management have to have the right to change the price. And in terms of policy during low season, revenue management also have the right to limit the price, the rate, that what rate should be applied during low season to avoid the price cannibalism. If the price is too low, that will be cannibal another price, another rate, and that will affecting the image of the hotel itself. So for the regular policy, that will be in budget. In budget, there's already policy in budget presentation as well in regard of the revenue management. But in if we needed to change the policy, revenue management also have the right to change the policy of the pricing. Okay, what about Ibu Miss Epison, or Miss Yunias? Sorry. Yeah. Okay, what do you think about this revenue management? That we can elaborate the revenue management seasonality. And back to the segmentation, why we should segmenting our market? In your perspective. So it doesn't matter right or wrong answer, but I just need feedback from the participant here. Okay. Can unmute one of. Okay, whoever you choose. From Laos maybe, or Mr. Paula Nagano. Mr. Paulo Nagano. Or anybody can answer or have opinion or on market segmentation? Okay, I think that's
Okay, Mr. Agung Setiawan, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, Mr. Agung.
All right, Mr. Agung too. Talking about the market segmentation, it is very important to define the type of market segment because each type of the market segment has a different requirement and different treatment.
Yeah.
So in order we are able to offer the right product, offer the right price, we need to know who is our market segment. And we can also apply the right strategy to approach the market segment that we are shooting.
Okay.
So it is very important. Yeah, so I think it is very important to know who is our market segment. So we need to define it.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. So meaning that we have to know the market, the target, and everything. So by know the market, so we have to segment the market, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Agung, for this. Anyone have other opinion or question in regard of the revenue management anatomy? First anatomy is in regard of the elaboration of the revenue management. Okay, so this is we talk about products. This is room, customer with the segmentation, the right place with the pricing structure, time will be seasonality, and to the right channel will be distribution. So where we distribute our product. All this what is called elaboration have to be right. So not allowed to be wrong. If only one wrong, for example, the right product but wrong customer, that will be not good for revenue management. That will be failed in revenue management. So everything has to be right. So no wrong, even in one or two perspectives. Yeah. Okay. Next, if you see in the middle of the screen, yeah, to elaborate, to do the elaboration of the revenue management, we talk about past data, like Mrs. Maria mentioned. We learn about past data. And also, we learn about market intelligence. And also, we learn about how we doing minimize commission. Yeah. So, statistic and analysis data, as you see that revenue management always talk about past, talk about today, and talk about tomorrow. So this is like we learn from yesterday, we doing for today, and we hoping for tomorrow. How we learn from yesterday? So we gain as much as possible data from the PMS, also or from the data from our online travel agent or our partner. So from that, we analyze, we doing today, we analyze, we promoting, and we implement the strategy. Then from that data, database data, we hope for tomorrow. That meaning we make the budget. We forecast for tomorrow. Right? So that we learn from yesterday, we doing for today, and we hope for tomorrow. That basically that basic of what revenue management do. Okay. Talking about the statistic or data collection or historical data, we can get from the PMS, property management system. So from the property management system, what we learn? We learn about the guests that have stayed with us. But we also learn about the guests that not stay with us. They book us, but not stay with us. Meaning that the guest cancel because of we offer book, or the guest cancel because of they choose another property, something like that. So we also learn about that data, not only talk about the guest who stay with us, but the guests, we also learn or analyze the guests who not stay with us, but who to us, but not stay with us because of some reason. Yeah, because this is we should know the pace of the booking. Yeah, we learn past booking, for example, from now until next week, last year, how many booking that we already have. Okay, let's see. I hope you see the screen. Yeah, anyone can see this screen? This is better. Anyone can see, yeah, the screen, yeah? Okay, all right. Last year, okay, last year, what is booking pace? So let me explain about the booking pace before we continue to other topic. Okay, for example, we learn about last year booking from now until 1 week, until next week. But this is last year. How many booking that we already have? For example, we have already 100 bookings. Yeah. So now we learn about this year. We compare this year. Last year, for 1 week, we already have 100 bookings. And this year, we have 50 bookings. Let's see 2 weeks, yeah, 2 weeks out. 2 weeks from now, last year already have 100 bookings. But 2 weeks from now, this year, we only have 50 bookings. Is it good or bad? Okay, in terms of booking, this is bad because it's lower than last year. Then revenue management will do a strategy because change the strategy because last year it have more booking than this year. And revenue management will see the historical data. Why already have 100 booking, for example. Okay, from that data, then revenue management will understand why they already have 100 while this year is only 50. Oh, maybe last year is there's event or there's a group. Oh, it's normal. If comparing apple to apple, no group to no group, actually last year is only 40, for example, if we take out the group. Because the group is seasonality, not irregular, right? So, because last year that's a group, so the booking is 100. So meaning, actually in terms of booking, we are higher than last year in terms of segment, group and FIT. Yeah. Okay. And 1 week before arrival, the booking, last year booking is become 90. Meaning that 10 room is cancelled last year. So meaning from 100 become 90, meaning that's lost 10 rooms is lost. And this year, for 1 week, from 50 become 100. So meaning we get booking 100 bookings from now until 1 week this year. So meaning that we are much better than last year. Meaning booking pace is meaning is how fast we run. So this year meaning we run 50 bookings quite fast, while last year is run minus 10 booking. So last year actually is very slow, and this year is very fast. Yeah. So that's what we call booking pace, and why we have to know historical data, not only the guests who stay with us, but the guests who not stay with us as well. Just to know the trend. Yeah. Any argument or any question in regard of the statistic or analytical data? Okay. All right. After statistic, analytical data, we move to this market intelligence. This is also one of the important thing in revenue management. To grow ear, to grow your ear, meaning it doesn't mean that your ear have to be grow and grow big like this, like elephant, but grow ear meaning that you have to listen all to listen the competitor, what the competitor have, that we call market intelligence. Yeah. So from this market intelligence, you can grow your through, you have to read the magazine or economic news. You also can check the Trade Advisor to get guest review. From this guest review, you will have an idea how we do strategize the market. And for the competitor events, what's competitor doing, how's competitor performance. So that's data we have to know to do the strategy. So meaning that we didn't follow the other property, but meaning that we follow the trend, we follow the market. Yeah. So not follow the property. To get information from other property, this is just to comparing what we done, what we have done, and what they done. And also the last one is to do the revenue management elaboration is minimize commission. So this e-commerce and revenue management have to decide which channel should we work, which channel have this smaller commission. Yeah. This is to minimize the cost of this revenue or the cost of this distribution. Because each distribution there's a cost. It's online travel agent have different commission, so have different cost as well. So revenue management and e-commerce have to pick or select the right channel to minimize the cost of distribution. Yeah. So for all those three, analytical, market intelligence, and commissions, any feedback from all of you? or any question. And for these modules, when I see the modules of these, I have seen one module was in the SMK. I think for this is quite rare. I didn't see this actually. I saw this STP and Protect, I think have module in regard of statistical and analysis. So I'm sure they have this one. However, for this one is, I think, in my opinion, this also can put in one of these modules. Okay. Any feedback from other participants? Let me see. I cannot see the chat now. Oh, I see the chat. I think there's one participant have question. Okay, can I have one question from the participant? Maybe from the Laos or Cambodia, Mr. Ponlo Nung. Mr. Ponlo Nung. Ponlo. Yeah. Hello, good afternoon. Mr.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Agus.
Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon. Could you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yeah, just my question. It's sorry, are you a teacher or teaching or?
Yes, I'm an instructor in School of Hospitality and Tourism, PhD Institute.
Yeah. So my question is there syllabus in regard of the statistical data and how we analyze data and where's the data coming from? Is there any module on the data?
I don't get your question, so could you pass this answer?
Okay. In your college, is there any module that teaching the statistic and analytical?
Well, simply there's no model for the statistic model in the PEC Institute yet, sir.
Okay. So for the statistical data that we explained, there's no module or no syllabus on this topic in terms of statistics and analytics. What do you mean? Am my voice clear? Yeah. Okay, so I think this is the most, I think this is the important module for the college That's for the data collection, and that's what we call as managing database. So that's why in one of the some hotels have a database manager just to manage the database. So meaning that's the database also one of the important thing in the hotel. That's also important thing in the college that should have in the module for the data, because this data will link into the market strategy. This is especially for sales and marketing module in the college. As far as I know, in the STP, for example, there's a module of sales and marketing, and in sales and marketing, there's a little bit part of revenue management. So, am I correct? Or any feedback from STP or Poltech here? Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Biantara.
Hello.
I'm Christine. I'm actually one of the colleague of Ponlu in PSEI Cambodia. So I'm the dean of the School of Hospitality and Tourism. So the reason why we don't have that module yet, because for a 2 years course in front office, we basically focus only on the basic competencies in front office. Yeah, so and this is only specific for front office operations. And actually, this is the reason why I have I wanted our team of instructors in front office to be a part of this e-commerce training, because this is also part of our upgrade in the curriculum, especially here in Cambodia, that we are one of the models for TVET schools in hospitality and tourism. So yes, it would be something that really would be a challenge for us, especially because as an NGO school, most of our students really don't have the capacity in terms of a higher level in front office operations. So if we do include e-commerce, it would really be something for us to think about if it will be really building the capacity of our students' competencies. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the feedback and the information. That's hotels. Usually for the hotel guests, there's three, what's not season. There's operational, the guest before coming, and the guest after checkout. So in the college, what I can see here is we are focused on the guests that stay with us, already stay with us. So not focus on the guests that not already coming. But actually this is quite important. And what we doing now, and that's in this training, is the guests that not coming yet to the hotel. We create the dream for the guests to come to the hotel. So this is quite important nowadays, that dream is very important to be spread out in the internet before the guests coming, because all guests is searched through internet, not through people, not through travel agent, but through internet. So we will focus on the guests didn't coming yet. The guest doesn't coming yet. And then the operational, I think this every college, tourism college have the operational curriculum or modules. but quite rare to have sales and marketing or e-commerce or revenue management 2 minutes the guest that not coming yet to capture the guest, to capture the customer. And then after checkout, there's also another person like digital marketing or marcom to taking care of this this guest after checkout, to say thank you, to offer something, and also to offer the good price or to welcoming back something, because this is also quite important, the guest after checkout. Yeah, I think Ibu would like to say something.
Right. Miss Nimade Ernawati, please, all yours.
Yes, thank you, Pak Johannes, and also Pak Agung. Maybe some perspective from the Polytechnic Negeri Bali. Regarding the data analysis, we have Diploma 3, which is not included this material of analyzing the data, but we have that covered in Diploma 4 or applied, the undergraduate Diploma 4 or Sarjana, as we said it in Indonesia. We do have a statistics, and then they normally, this subject also analyze or use the completed thesis from our own, also from other university. They do the analysis, and then every student in Diploma 4, they need to make a thesis at the end of the course, and then this data is obtained from the hotel when they were having their job training. So that would be, they will analyze like the OTA or the profile of the hotel guest, occupancy, offline or online. Yes, some sort of data. I think they are focus this analysis actually on their thesis. And of course, we have the research method as well, quantitative, qualitative, but not as deep as an introduction. Because
That's
it is
include market intelligence as well, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu.
Right, we have another question. Pak Agung, how to attract or capture the customer or guests who are not coming yet?
Who are not coming yet.
But did they book yet or not? They're not booked yet.
Okay, I guess that's not booked yet. It's just like shirts, right?
Right.
Okay, that's actually this is, we will talk about the digital marketing tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow we will talk about digital marketing. That how to capture the guest that's not coming yet, not even know our hotel or not even know where is the our hotel is, through the PPC, for example. So digital marketing will doing SEO and SEM in the internet, and by SEO and SEM, that we can get the data that how many person is see our website, look at our website. From those we can do like marketing as well. That's like following marketing. Follow marketing meaning is if one person click our website, then whatever he goes to the he go to other application or other website, our website or our property will be followed. will be offering something like that. And also we can get from the Google Ad. If we play in Google Ad, that will be the data. So we can capture all those data and then offer something to those customer. And then this we will talk tomorrow for the digital marketing.
Right. Pak Agung, can you explain once again about the market intelligence?
Market intelligence is market intelligence, meaning that we get information as much as we can from our competitor. We have to know our competitor. It's we call SWOT. SWOT is strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. So this market intelligence is doesn't mean it's not like what's called police intelligence or FBI, something like that. But it's quite far different from that perspective. The market intelligence meaning that we try to get information as much as we can for budget purposes, for strategy purposes, and for forecasting, something like that. From the market intelligence, we can get from the competitor, or also we can get from the news or economic news. For example, like other country, there is a riot or there is something problem or war, for example, in the Middle East. So because we know, because our market intelligence know that this market is in Middle East, for example, there's a riot or war. So marketing will not put an effort or money or budget, marketing budget to those countries, something like that. So this is this is the purpose to have market intelligence. Okay. Anything else? I think we are already close to the first day session. Before we close, we continue to the anatomy of revenue management. The last one is the forecasting demand. So, like we said that statistical and analytical analysis data is very important. This is to do the forecasting. I'm sorry, it was dry. Okay, so for the forecasting demand, meaning is we capture all last year demand. What is demand? Is the guest that stay with us plus the guest that not stay with us but book with us. Meaning that the guest that willing to stay with us but some reason not stay with us, that we call demand. Demand can be more than what available. For example, we have 10 room. We have 10 room. The demand can be 12 room. Meaning that last year demand, for example, 12 room. Meaning how come there's 12 room demand? Meaning that's where that's another 2 room have to stay. Okay, meaning that's this 12 room demand is not all stay with us. Maybe 4 room is cancelled because of some reason. So meaning the actual is, if cancel 4, meaning the actual is only 8 room. The actual is only 8 room, but the demand is 12 room. So that the demand, the difference between demand and actual. Actual is guest stay with us, demand is guest willing to stay with us. can be different. Yeah. So the forecast can be 12 months and can be 3 months. Usually in each hotel, 5-star hotel, there is 3-month forecast. So that's why in revenue management, in each hotel, 5-star hotel, have 3-month forecast. Those 3-month forecast meeting is have to attend by GM, Director of Sales and Marketing, E-commerce, Reservation Manager, and Revenue Manager. So those 3 people have to attend in 3-month forecast meeting to decide what strategy we will apply for next 3 months. Yeah. This is like Mr. Agong said that the forecast depend on the market segment, or depend on the day of the week or day of weekend or weekdays, etc. Yeah. So the strategy, this is this strategy. If you see there on the screen, yes, moving around. That strategy, that's the art of revenue management. How we strategize our product. Strategies can be long-term and can be short-term. During low season, we maximizing the occupancy. But during high season or peak season, we maximizing the ADR. So that's the beauty of strategy for the revenue management. So the process of this strategy, we have to establish baseline. What is our baseline? So each hotel have the baseline is a budget. Budget have the like goal or target. So we have to get this budget. Budget's like this. So we try to get this budget. Yeah. So before we make the strategy, so we have to know what is the target, what is the baseline. Yeah. And also we understand the cause, what happened. So that's why market intelligence is important to read economic news. Yeah. So the understanding the cause, understanding what's going to be next. So that's we have to know. For example, like in 2018, that IMF, we know that IMF will be happening in 2018 October. So all revenue management in Bali, I'm sure that already make the strategy for this thing, already make the pricing, already sell the rate during this period. So that's what we call is we have to know the cause. We have to know what happened, going to be happen even in the next year. Yeah. And if we already know the happen, that already we know this thing is happen, or we didn't know that this thing is happen, like eruption or like natural disaster. We didn't know. So then revenue management can implement the changes immediately to reach the target. Okay. The target or budget, always the target is 1 year. So if we fail first 3 months, so we have to gain the next 3 months or the next 9 months to reach 1 year budget match. Usually for the hotel, budget is, talking about budget is talking about bonus. If above budget, bonus will come. If below budget, no bonus. Yeah. So after the changes, we monitor the impact. How's the impact? How's the market reaction? So that's the strategies, art and science of the revenue management, the strategy on the process of row management strategy. Yeah. Okay, for the strategy, there is some tactic. If you see On the screen, the strategy as we control the inventory and price, play with inventory and price in the online travel agent with the bottom limit, with the limit no lower than wholesale rate, and implement minimum length of stay or maximum length of stay. Then we will talk about the tactic, room management tactic and technique tomorrow in the revenue management, and also talking about the goal. The goal is like we said that for the budget, that the budget that we set already. The goal of the hotel, this is just in general because tomorrow we will talk about it. Just a short information that the goal of the hotel is always talk about the RevPAR. So remember, tomorrow we will talk about the RevPAR. Yeah. So what is RevPAR? We will explain tomorrow. And then the guest experience satisfaction, this is also our goal. Usually is the measurement is in TripAdvisor. So if in TripAdvisor drop, for example, from 90% drop into 80%, GM usually will be questioning digital marketing, will be questioning marketing. Why guest experience satisfaction is drop? Yeah. Sorry, a little bit dry. Okay, so far any question or feedback? Thank you very much for giving a feedback. Yeah. Okay, now times we will give to Johannes. 2 minutes question and answer. Thank you.
Right, I will be your guy for the next few minutes. Right. Anyone got any question? Let's start with the chat room. Could you please to give kind of like a sample of yield strategy? Is it always when the high seasons hotel will give the highest price for the public? Well, yes. The reasoning behind it is very simple. If we know for sure that that people will buy at $100 US, let's say. If we have 10 rooms, if we have a small hotel with 10 rooms, and oh, sorry, hold on. If we have a small hotel with 10 rooms, and on high season last year, we sell at $100 US for one night for one room, and then we ended up at, let's just say for argument's sake, 100% occupancy for that day. That means that if we increase the price by a little, let's say we just add $10 US, so 110, we can be sure that people will still buy it. I mean, you have 10 rooms, sell it for $100, you got $1,000. But if you sell it for $110 and you sell it for $9 and you sell it and you end up getting 9 rooms, let's just say 9 rooms. I mean, no, it's not that good. Let's pick the other number. Well, it's okay. Let's say we sell for 120 for argument's sake. 120, and we all know the basic principle of supply and demand, right? So if we increase the price, the theory say that the number of people that buy it will decrease, right? So let's say if we sell 10 rooms at $100 and then we increase the price by 120, let's just say that we only managed to sell 9 rooms, okay? Just for argument's sake. So 9 times 120 is 1,080. We make $80 more than if we sell 10 rooms at $100. And with only selling 9 rooms, we actually save costs because less rooms sold, meaning less variable costs, right? So we actually make more money. Now, the problem is if we only sell 1 room with $100 and then you want to increase the price, that's ridiculous because you only sell 1. You increase the price and then buy. No one buy, right? So in high season, there's a lot of demand. People will just buy whatever the price is. So if on last year's high season, we sell 100 and then we increase it by to 120 and we still sell 9, we can still keep pushing. We can still sell at 150. And let's see, let's make a quick calculation here. 150 times 7, we still make more money than selling 100 at $100, right? So the key is that balance, because the problem in hotel is okay, let me go back just a little bit. How do you calculate revenue? Revenue is the formula is Q times P. Q is quantity, P is price. So how many you sell at and how much is it? Now the problem with hotel is the quantity have a maximum hard cap. I mean, if you have 10 rooms, it will be very hard to increase it to 11. I mean, unless you build another room, right? So you have a hard cap at 10 rooms. So you cannot change the queue. You can only to increase the revenue, you can only increase the price. But if you increase the price, the number of people that willing to pay for that price will decrease. You see, there's a dilemma here. So you have to keep it balanced. The price that you sell and the number of people that willing to pay for that price, right? If you increase it too high and then less and less people buy it, maybe you need to drop it down a bit and let it comes back up. It all comes down to the revenue manager's preference. Some revenue manager prefer to play what we say volume strategy. Volume strategy is you focus more on the quantity. The more you sell, the better. And other, usually in luxury hotels, they prefer on the pricing side of it. Which one is better? None. Both are equally good. Really depends on the situation and on your grand scheme of things. So yes, that's why on high season, we will always say higher price because people will buy it anyway. Why not sell it? If people are willing to pay for $200, why sell it at 100, right? If you can make more money, why sell it for less? Yeah, that's basically it. Anyone have anything else to add? I just love Miss Hal. I'm gonna butcher your name here. Putin. You keep nodding and nodding. Love it, love it. I know. I love it when I see people. I mean, it's tough teaching in online teaching stuff. Hats off to you all teachers. It's tough. I mean, to have some people nodding and have that look that they understand really helps the case. So yeah, anyone else with anything else to add? So yeah, basically that's the basic of it. Revenue is how many you sell, times how much you sell it for. And because in hotels, there's a hard cap on your number of room. That means you can only play around with one variable, which is the price. Right? And then that's where all the statistics comes in. That's all the math comes in. Because you have to forecast everything, right? Right, I think I see Pa Agung is ready. Over back to you.
Hello? Yeah. Ready. Okay. Okay. The last question is yielding, right? Yeah. If we talk about the yielding, what is yielding is which one? The huge diagram before. Oh, the diagram before. One moment, let me see. Oh, the red one is it's related to the e-commerce because we talk about the e-commerce. So you will know that this part of revenue management is part of e-commerce as well. For example, like to the right products. Yeah. So like why booking paste, for example, or pickup is not red, is black, because it is job of reservation manager to providing data. So this is just to make easier for us to identify that's the job of this e-commerce. Okay. For example, like here, there's high demand, maximizing ADR. This is the short term that the e-commerce can suggest to revenue management to change the ADR or to change the price to get the higher ADR, something like that. Yeah. Okay. We have another topic. I think this is already 4 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's finish with this revenue management anatomy, and then tomorrow we will talk about the revenue management in terms of market segmentation. Yeah. So far, any feedback or any question or any suggestion, so most welcome to raise your hand. And as usual, tomorrow before we start, we will have the web what we already discussed.
Okay, Mrs. Tin, please.
I want to know like whether there'll be a project that we have to make based on the real situation at the hotel in this class and in this course.
There's gonna be some tasks, but that's all. There's not gonna be any projects per se. It's just gonna be simple tests. Yeah, I know it's kind of boring, but it's better than nothing.
Because I think we understand more the concept if we have to face the real problem, you know. So if you have like, if we have to solve the situation, maybe by group or I don't know, by team, maybe we might have better understanding of the concept of the what we are learning, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be a great idea, but
maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Yeah, there's a lot of other stuff that we don't think that it's going to be possible to do it right now. But we've been thinking about that idea, having some projects. It's just that we're not really an expert in online teaching in webinars, so we're not really sure how you do group discussion without actually being in a group. You know. So yeah.
So we after the course, we can stay contact you guys to ask.
Sure. You can,
because now like with the pandemic and you know what happened in Myanmar, we don't know how to start or how can ASEAN can help, like maybe like with e-commerce joint promotion package, something like this, you know, to brainstorm with the
we're open to questions. Just if you want to talk, you want to discuss, you want to know more.
We also want to learn how Indonesia or other ASEAN country try to boost up tourism, you know.
Oh, we're just
why you already start, you know, if you don't mind, you know. Where should we start? Like even we are not ready yet, maybe we can start promote by we are doing it, but by like internet or website, you know, something like this.
So here in Bali, we want to start vaccination. We're really aiming for July, but at the end of the day, everything is just up to each of ours government, right? So yeah, we're not doing any better than, I don't think any of us in the world now doing better than any one of us. So we're just trying to live by day to day, right? So yeah, we're open to discussion. If you want to ask anything, you want to talk about anything, just let us know. We pretty much got nothing else to do anyway in this pandemic, right? It's always nice to know other people from other countries, just in case maybe maybe we'll visit Cambodia sometime and meet with Miss Christine over there. I don't know, right? So yeah, just feel free to text us and ask or talk or whatever. It's okay.
Or you can follow our LinkedIn if you have LinkedIn.
Social media. LinkedIn work. I don't use social media, but yeah.
Just use LinkedIn. You can connect on LinkedIn. Johannes Nubung or Agung Biandara. You can.
Yeah, I don't use social media, so yeah. I know here, right? I work with online sales and marketing, but I don't use social media.
Okay. Anyone else have a feedback or question before we wrap up?
Right. I have a question. So we be talking about revenue management, right? Yes, we talk with e-commerce, but like some of you already understand that e-commerce is the executor. Meanwhile, the revenue manager is the brain of it. Now, do you think this is going to be useful for your students? Will it help them if they know more about revenue management, about how and why hotels make decisions, why hotels sell at $200 and not $100? Or do you think we're just gonna teach them e-commerce? They be executors. That's fine. They don't need to know the reasoning behind it. What do you think? I mean, some of you are from schools, high schools, vocational school, and others from universities. Or is it depends on the, what do you call it? Like the degree of it. So yeah, let's talk. What do you think? Do you think this is gonna be useful for your students? Anyone have anything else to say? Right. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Miss Edfi. Which one will be more beneficial for your students? Is it revenue, e-commerce, both, or none? I'm just gonna unmute you. Miss Edfi.
Thank you. Yeah, I think actually I'm teaching an entrepreneurship program in my university, and
Hey,
uh,
I'm an entrepreneur myself, if I may say so.
and yeah, it's actually what happened with our students nowadays is they're actually they have uh, uh, they have more opportunity to get informations from the nets,
Yep.
from Google, from
Yep.
everywhere. But the most important thing that young generations today have to do is actually relating between one issue and another one. Like, for example, today we're talking about revenue management and also about the e-commerce. In my opinion, it will be a huge homework for lecturers or teachers to relate both revenue management and e-commerce, and how they actually can make the best use of both knowledge. And my students, they have they have advanced knowledge about technology, and usually in class they tend to compare what they're doing with all the theories that I actually teach, and it is now, as I said, it is now a huge homework for us to relate one issues with the other one. And I think revenue management is right now the most important thing in hospitality industry. And even in this pandemic situation, it is not easy for hotel general managers to manage their hotel, especially they have to take care of their guests according to the health protocol, etc.
If they
But
have,
they
yes.
have, yeah, but they have the responsibility to get the revenue, because every business at the end of the day has the goal of making profits. So it is very related. And e-commerce, we cannot actually avoid e-commerce of being developed. And what I'm curious about is how hospitality industry practitioners, they can actually make the best use of this e-commerce thing. What I saw, it is not really I don't know. I see some laziness in hospitality industry in using e-commerce, in using.
Oh, I see a lot of
Yeah.
laziness. You only see
So
some.
with this kind of training, I guess we need to. I don't know how to do it yet, but there must be a way that we can motivate a lot of practitioners through our students, for example, because they are very into gadgets. Yeah, we can push this industry to make the best use of technology. And we are actually far behind other industries that have actually have been progressing, very
I see.
very fast.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and their business are actually growing very fast.
I think one of the main reasons is because we at the hotel, we as the hotel, we already accept the fact that we have to train e-commerce or revenue by ourselves. We either hire someone that's already know revenue management and e-commerce, so I mean someone with experience, or we train someone from zero. We've long way past the point where we hope that a fresh graduate at least have a simple grasp of understanding. We give up on it. And I think, well, I'm gonna say 50% of it is because schools not doing their job properly. But the other 50% of it because schools don't have the correct curriculum and tools to do it. So it's like a chicken and egg. Which one comes first, right?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we cannot really blame on the curriculum because we as teachers or lecturers, we do have our freedom to actually develop our capacity, and it has to become from us. It has to come from us as teachers, as lecturers, to be able to be creative and innovative in teaching, and especially getting the most how do you call that, we have to follow the trends again.
Yes.
And we have to see what others are doing, especially over here. I would love to discuss with many of you here from other countries, and if we can have a session in which we can actually share how you do in your schools, in your respective schools, it would be great. The reason, I'm actually lecturing in entrepreneurship program, and I'm very interested in following this training because actually I got an idea from this training that I should open a apa namanya, mata kuliah pilihan.
Yeah, I don't know the English for that.
Yeah, so like elective course about revenue management and e-commerce. So I don't know whether we can actually have I don't know, small group discussion with all participants here. That would be
It's gonna
great.
be a great idea. I mean, another cool idea is if y'all can start sending students to each other's country. I mean, Miss Tin here can send her students to Miss Edfi, and then Miss Edfi send her school to Miss Christine, and let them fight over and see who wins. But I mean, there's a lot of things that we can try. But yeah, I digress. I mean, it ain't easy. I know curriculum might not be the main issue here, because like you said, teachers have to be creative. But now the second biggest problem is the tools. How are you gonna teach e-commerce without proper tools? You do not. We've been, this is the fourth batch. In each batch, there's like 300 to 200 people. So I've taught this to almost 1,000 people. And out of those 1,000, none of them have access to even channel manager. They never see a channel manager in their whole life. And why would they? Right? And they haven't even seen an extranet in their whole life. How would they? That's gonna be a huge problem. Maybe us in Indonesia, we have a better option because Traveloka is from Indonesia. There's a chance for us to go and talk with the owner and say, hey, is it possible for you to make a demo for us for education proper? sake of it, I don't know, we can try something, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, for now, I think it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. Okay, my other question: do you? I'm just gonna have to mute you first. Or actually, Miss Ernawati, you have anything to add, Miss?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johannes. Discussing about this revenue management, which is really great subject, and it seems that it is a need for the industry to have this competency from the fresh human resource. However, as we are in Indonesia, and I believe all around the world, there is level of education. Let's say diploma 3 is what is level 5, diploma 4 is level 6. That is in Indonesian is KKNI, right? And then for every level, they have like level 8, for example, this is for analyzing. Level 5 is executing or something like that. And then level 6 is are able to select a good standard operation procedure and then select them and then recommend a good one, a good procedure. So in this case of revenue management, we cannot just pick this subject and given to any level of education or even senior high school or SMK, for example. We need to match. If this one is analysis level, this is supposed to be given in diploma 4 at least, and maybe in master degree level. I think this would be great. This is great topic and great subject, and it's definitely required by the industry. We just need to adjust them at what level that this material need to be given. I think that is my additional information. Yes. Okay, thank you.
I understand, but on the other hand, in this case, I'm going to talk about as an entrepreneur. When I have an opening for a job, I'm looking for a person who can solve that problem, right? If I have an opening for a job, that means I have a problem that needs solving, right? I'm going to hire someone that can do it. I don't care if which grade his diploma or whatever. I don't care. I'm going to pay for someone who can solve my problem. Do you think it's going to be a problem for schools? Do you think it's going to be a problem that you have this grading system while me as the user or someone that's willing to pay the employer, the employer, I don't care about your grading. I just want someone that can do his job, and then I'm going to pay him his salary. So what do you think? Also, one more thing. No. Let's just finish that first. Do you think grading is actually a problem or not? I mean, of course, I'm looking for someone with analytical skill. That's like maybe a master degree. But if he only have a bachelor degree, that means I only pay him a bachelor degree salary, right? I mean, yeah, it's not fair, but come on, this is the world. I mean, there's nothing ideal here, right? So yeah, what do you think?
Okay, I think what's my mention is how it's called is the analytical or data management skill. It's have to be grade 3 and above. That's what's similar. For the entry level, for the analytical skill and also data management is not there yet for the entry level. Is that what you mean, right? Ibu Mari?
Hold a minute. So,
Yes, that's right, Pak Agung. I think when the hotel and as Mr. Johannes said that hotels sometimes really need human resource who are able to perform this duty, so they need to set the standard during the recruitment. They got to be level 3 and or diploma 3 or diploma 4, diploma 3 and above. I think that otherwise I think it's in relation with the taxonomy Bloom. I think that is a quite standard. It's related with human age and the ability, to learn. Unless we are super intelligent, and then we are able to have that understanding above the normal people's age, something like that. Thank you, Bapak.
Okay, sometimes hotel is fine. The staff is it depends on the hotel. Some hotel is find the staff based on what education. Some hotel is find out the staff don't care with the education but care with the skill. Depend on the hotel itself. But for educational, yes, and we that they're supposed to be the grade level towards what topic or what curriculum or what material giving to the student. Okay, I think this is already to pass the and some of you. Yes. Yes, I think someone wants to raise hand. Any additional, Jonas? Or we wrap to this?
Well, we're pretty much done, really. Just talk around and see what's people thinking.
Okay, thank you, Miss Christine. See you tomorrow.
Okay, I have a question. Do you think revenue manager or revenue management is something that's exclusively only for revenue manager, or every single person in that hotel must know about it, even a freaking gardener? And why? Or let's say a housekeeper, do they need to have understanding about revenue management? Okay, I'm just gonna assume that all of us agree that everyone has to know, or at least have a simple grasp of revenue management, right? So the ideal is every single one, from the pool attendant up to the general manager, must have knowledge about revenue management. Now, if everyone have knowledge about revenue management, do you still need a revenue manager? What do you think? Anyone? You can type it down. You can raise your hand, or you can leave actually, because we're done actually. So if you all have to be at other place right now, please. Just don't forget to fill the attendance list. And what's the other one? Pretest, pre-session online test. Right. Miss Maria. Everyone needs to know and understand revenue management, for it gives them a better picture on how the business is working and profiting. Exactly. Yes, a revenue manager is still important because someone has to lead and analyze the data and information to be able to forecast correctly and strategically. But it can also be done by the sales manager, no? The director of sales and marketing should be able to do that, no? You don't really need another director. Just adding costs to the company. What do you think? Yeah. What are people thinking? Anyone else want to add to the discussion? Yeah, I personally think there's no right or wrong answer to this. It's really depends on the general manager and the owner, how they want to run things and how they want to structure their company. But it's always a solution, not a solution, an alternative to that. I know, so a mentor of mine, he used to be my director of sales and manager. He's now a general manager of a hotel in Central Java. Because he used to be a director of sales and manager. So now that he became a general manager, he don't have a director of sales and marketing. He also does not have a revenue director because he can do all this by himself. So his hotel can save quite a lot of money because he himself can take over 2 directors role. So he only hire manager or supervisor to help him. Right. We're done, yes, Pat?
Yeah.
Thank you everyone for joining. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow at the same time.
At the same, no, we start at 10. We start at 10 tomorrow. Yeah. Start at 10 tomorrow. Yeah, that's it. Bye-bye. Bye.
See you tomorrow.